So OOPS stands for Object Oriented Programming System. Oriented Programming System. And this system is completely based on the day-to-day activity of a human being, human or any living being. If you focus on your nearby world, you'll also realize that we are surrounded with the OOPS. Very interesting question, how we are surrounded with this. So let's understand this. OOPS is completely based on mainly two things only. Completely based on mainly two things only. Mainly two things only. First one is your class and second one is your object. Only two things. Rest everything are the properties of it, which will come either inside the class or inside the object. Now just understand the situation. If you have to store any object, or let's say if you have to store any value, what you do first? You always create a data object like variable, text element, or constants or anything where you are going to simply store it, or maybe you can create tables also. But before creating them, what do we need? We always need a data type, right? That specifies what is the type of data. Similar to that, this class is the one. Class is a user defined data type. First thing is a user defined data type. User defined data type. So as a user, we can specify what are the things, what are the properties, what are the features this class is going to have. And class is a blueprint. For creating objects. Class is a blueprint for creating object, or you can also call it a template. Blueprint or template. Just take a very simple example. For example, let's say I have to create any house or any building. So before directly investing the amount on its item like cement, bricks or any other things, what will be my first approach? I will first design a template for my house, like how many rooms are going to be there, where I will store, where the window will be there, where I will be storing my almirah and all those things, right? So first I will always create a blueprint, or you can call it a design also. Okay. So this is just a design, and based on the design we will create our real life entity, which is your object. So class is a logical entity. Class is a logical entity, and it do not takes any space in the real world. Class is a logical entity and it do not takes any space in the real world. Now a class can have many things like methods, attributes, events, interfaces, friends, etc. Class can have many things, but mainly the class will have only two properties. Again, two properties which are majorly used. First one is your attributes and second one is your behavior. This attribute is also known as properties. Mainly two things. So who is going to explain me what is a property and what is a behavior? What is a property and what is a behavior? So for any class, properties means features of the object. For example, a human being will have two hands, two legs, one mouth, right? All these things that you see, they are the properties. They are predefined, they are the properties. So they have been defined inside the human class, and based on that, God is designing us, right? So this is the property. And in OOPS, properties are also known as attributes. Properties are also known as attributes. Then we have the behavior. Behavior is how the class will behave. How the object will behave based on certain inputs from the user. So behavior are methods where we can write our custom logic to fulfill the user requirement. For example, you all told me that you want to learn OOPS also. So what was my behavior? I told, okay, we can have a brief introduction session on object oriented concept. So this is a behavior. So I am the one who is writing the logic. So I am the object, and this is how I am behaving on this topic. So just a question here, a very interesting question. How methods are different than function modules? Yes, how methods are different than function modules? Are you there? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. How methods are different than function modules? And which one we should use and why? This is an interview question, guys. How methods are different than function modules? And which one we should use and why? Okay, just see this part. Methods are implemented in form of classes. First thing, classes inside the class pool, and since they follow the object oriented concept, they can be used to decouple our logic, and since they are directly related to the objects, That is why their performance is very high. Now, if we talk about a function module, what is a function module? A function module is a reusable piece of code, right? So function modules are stored in function group, and they are implemented in form of procedures in ABAP system. Right? And their performance is not that high if we compare with the methods. They are implemented in form of procedures. They are stored in an include program inside the function group. You can check it, right? Inside one single function group, we can store 99 function modules. That is why methods are highly used. And if you go for ABAP on HANA or ABAP on cloud, or maybe the futuristic approach, only object oriented is the thing that is going to be available for next 20 years. Your entire traditional programming is getting obsolete day by day, and everything is moving towards only object oriented concept. Only object oriented concept here. Now, what is this object? So object is the real life entity. Real life entity which takes some space. Object is an instance of the class. A real life entity which takes some space, and it is an instance of the class. So using the class, the object is created. Just example here I can write it. For example, using the human class, we are created. Let's take this example. If I will normally go to Google, and here I will search for human structure. Just see this. This is a human structure, right? Same thing we all have, right? 2 hands, 2 legs, 1 mouth, everything. So using the class, the object is created. Similarly, using the design of the house or any building, that building will be created by the builder. So that building will become the object, and that design will be the class. So it is a user defined data type created by the user based on the requirement. So whenever you have to purchase a car, what you do? You always go to a car showroom, and that car owner, how they are implementing, they are using the same approach. They have a design for the car. That design is nothing but a class, and using that design, they are creating the object, which is your car, right? So only saying that they will have methods and all these things, this is a technical definition, that's okay. But how do you understand this object oriented concept? This is very, very crucial, right? Now, classes. So types of classes in SAP system. Now let's come back to SAP system. Types of classes in SAP system. So SAP ABAP offers mainly 2 kinds of classes. Mainly 2 kinds of classes. First you are going to see will be your global class, and second one will be your local class. Can anybody explain this? What is the difference between them? What does
Local
global and
means
local?
we
Yeah.
can program, and global we can use in any program.
Okay. How?
means like we created in for only for one program, and globally we can use it in any program.
That is okay, but how do you think they are internally stored here? How this thing become global and how this thing only became local? Just see, very basic concept, which we
Uh,
never focus on.
you global like using AC24 we created.
That part I got. AC24 is the section we create a class. That's okay. Just see this thing. Global
Mm.
classes, when you create a global class is always created in the global class pool. Not like only AC24, you can create it from ACAT also, right? So T codes are just the shortcuts to take us to that particular location, right? So global class is always created in the global class pool and they are available centrally throughout the ACP system. That is why we can call them from any program or any piece of code. They are created centrally in the global class pool. Then you have the local class. So local class is always created within the scope of a function module or a program, and that is why it is limited to that program only. That is why it is only limited to that program only. That is why it is local class. So global classes are created from AC24 transaction code. Global classes are created from AC24 transaction code. This T code is also known as class builder. Class builder, and we can mainly create our local classes from AC38, right? We mainly create our local classes from AC38. Also, in SAP system, global classes are of four types. Tell me yes. Can you please tell me their names? Sunita, Subhangi, anyone?
No update. I'm very new to object oriented programming.
Okay, no issue. So global classes here are of four types. First one, you might have heard it named usual ABAP class. Usual ABAP class. Second one is your exception class. Third one is persistence class. And the fourth one that we have is unit test class. Usual ABAP, exception, persistence, and unit test class. So this is the most common global class that we normally create. That is why its name is usual ABAP class. The most common global class that we normally create, and you can call it like around 95% of the time you will only be creating usual ABAP class, or you can normally call this one as global class also. So this will be defined on the SE24 and we can use it anywhere. Then you have the exception class. So this class is used to create the global custom exceptions. Global custom exceptions. So these exceptions represents specific error conditions or situations that can occur during the program execution. Right? That can occur during the program execution. So the purpose of this class, of this exception class, is to raise and handle the exception. Like an event handler. An event will be raised and then handled. Same stuff. Exception will be raised and it will be handled also. Then you have the persistence class. So this class is dedicated to perform operations with the persistence storage like DB, and in our case which is HANA. Persistence storage. So this class is focused for performing the CRUD operations with the database. This class is focused for performing the CRUD operations with the database. CRUD. Very interesting. Create, read, update and delete. And guys, if you will focus on any application, either it can be Amazon, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, any operation, the only thing that is going on in the market is this CRUD operation. The only thing that is going on in the market is CRUD only. Just check it. Go for any app. Let's say I'm going for anything, for example, Amazon. I'm going for Amazon. Here what I will do, either I will log in, I will create my account, right? I will do the sign in. I will purchase a item. I will purchase a item. So I will first read the records that are available here. Maybe I will be updating my account status, or then I will be deleting the account status. So whatever, anything that we are doing, CRUD only. At any place, even in your SAP application. SAP is only for ERP data. So this is completely CRUD only. Right? This is completely CRUD only. At last, you have unit test class. So
What is
yeah,
the persistence storage means?
I'm talking about here database. Persistence storage only means database, a
Achha,
storage system. Okay. So this is mainly for performing CRUD operation. Here it will, this class will have all the methods which we can directly use. Okay. This class will have all the methods for the CRUD which we can directly use. Then unit test class is there. So a unit test class in ABAP system is used for testing the functionality of the individual unit of code. So sometime we want to test our small piece of code, typically methods or functions in isolation. Sometime we want to test our small piece of code of methods, function, or anything. In that situation, what we can do, we can create a unit test class. This class is only dedicated for testing purpose. So these tests verify that each unit of code behaves as expected under various conditions and inputs. Okay. So overall, only thing that you are seeing here is the main class is your usual ABAP class. This is the main global class. Here you can perform anything, you can create any kind of method. However, there are 3 different classes also, and they are dedicated for some separate concept. So if you are going for exceptions, you want to create a global exception, you can go for this class. It will be more useful. Similarly, if you are going only for a CRUD operation, you can go for persistence. Or if you want to test some piece of code, you can go for unit test class, right? And local classes, there are no type of local classes. That is a local class only. It will be created within the scope of either function module or a program from AC38 ABAP editor, right? Now let's see the syntax of our class. Syntax. So in OOPS ABAP, we will always have a class definition and class implementation. So class definition is the section where we declare our attributes and methods, and class implementation section is where we implement or we write our logic for methods. 2 things will be there. So definition part, so for example class, local class, this is the name I'm giving here. Definition will be there, and class, this is your definition or declaration part. Class definition, right? And then we will have the class implementation. So class implementation will be class local class implementation, okay, and class. This is how your class definition and class implementation is looking like. Then for creating objects, we can follow 2 syntax. One is a part of 7.4 and the another one is a part of your earlier before 7.4. So that is how it is created. Let me just show you. So first syntax, or later I should write old syntax. It will be here data hello underscore object type ref to your class name. So my class name is local class, local underscore class, and here we use create object local object. This is the old syntax. This is how your class was object was created earlier. Now with new syntax coming into the picture, that part we will see in detail when we will be discussing the HANA new syntax. But for now, only a overview. So this is inspired from Java programming, and we use new keyword here to create the object. We use the new keyword to create the object. So directly you can write like this way: data keyword hello underscore object is equal to new and class name, like this way. Both of them are same thing. Meanwhile, this will be more better because it is short and it is a part of new syntax. New keyword is used to create the object, completely inspired from Java programming, right? So if I open my SAP system, wait. Let's go to AC24, and what you can see here, this is your class builder. Just pass the name of your class. So first global class, okay, go for creation. So two things you will always found when you will always go for creation of a class or interface. Interface part we will discuss, but for now just class, and here pass a short description. So global class. Now just see this type of class: usual ABAP, exception, persistence, and unit test class, right? Usual ABAP class, exception class, persistent class, and unit test class. So I will go for usual ABAP and save it. Assign your package and transport request. This is your class interface here. This is your class interface. If you will go, first tab is your properties tab. Properties tab. This properties tab will consist of your generic information of the class, like package, language created, program status, message if you are using any message class here, whether you want to allow the creation of object of this class or not. So here I have used the public keyword, that is we can create object of this class from any place, right? Here you have got interfaces. You can include any number of interface. That part I will also show a overview on that. This is a friend class. Again, you can include any number of friends. The friend class will have the access of all the private and protected properties of this class. Then this attribute, one thing, attribute, method, events. You can declare here local structure also and aliases also. Everything you can use, right? So they all are the tabs defined inside a global class, and everything whatever you are defining in the global class, everything can be implemented in the local class also. But for our local class we will have to follow a certain syntax. Here global class we are just using the predefined features and GUI approach to write our logic. Meanwhile in the local class everything will be programmatically only. Everything will be programmatically only, right? So let me just discuss this attribute and behavior. Where is attribute? Yes. Attributes and behavior. So attributes, or better we should write it below. Attributes ABAP. I will ask a question here. So, Sunita, tell me one thing. Like whenever we want to store any value, it can be numeric, it can be character, or it can be any integer also. What I do then in my ABAP program?
Have to create some variable like
We have to
instant
create a
attribute.
variable.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, perfect. So similarly here also, if we want to store any value in, what we will need? We will need a container, right? So attributes are like a variable in object in ABAP. Attributes are like a variable in ABAP which are used to store some value. And there are two types of attributes. First one is your static attribute, and second one is your instance attribute. Very important, static and instance keyword. Again, interview question here. What is the difference between static and instance? So static word is a class property, or static is a class property. That is, if you have defined a static attribute, then you can use it by using the class name also. You don't need the object. By using the class name also. Static attributes can be used by using the objects also. Now, in local classes or in any class, even if you will go behind the scenes, if you want to see how the logic has been implemented here, so class data keyword is used to define a static attribute. Class data keyword. Then instance attribute is there. So instance is the object property, and they are specified to the objects only. They cannot be accessed from the class name. We will always need objects to access them, right? We will always need objects to access them. Now, how they are different? So here they are created by using the data keyword. Similar to any variable, everything is created using data keyword. They all are data objects only, but here it is a static data object, so that is why it is known as static attribute. So static attributes are initialized only once. That is, memory will be allocated only once for static attribute, and it will be shared by all the objects. That is why if you are making any modification in the static attribute, it will reflect to all the other objects. But Instance attribute is completely different. Every time you will create a object, memory will be allocated to the instance attribute. That is why it is dedicated to the object only. If you are making any changes in the instance attribute, it will be reflected into that object only, not other objects. Making any changes to the instance attribute, it will be reflected to the object only, or to that object only. To that object only. These are your static and instance. So here I am in the attribute section. I can define here anything, right? So let's say I'm defining LV Matner for material number, or let's say sales document number, VBELN. I will go for label. Oh, it has been logged out. Let me reopen. This is 24. Change attributes LV Veblen, local variable Veblen, or better I should name it GV, global variable. And I will go for label and I will click on F4. Instance, static, or either there is another property constant also. If you do not want any value to be changed, you can go for this constant. So I will select here static. Then we have a visibility section. Very important. Visibility. Public, protected, and private. Who is going to explain this concept? Visibility of any property or method. Yes, Sunita. Do you have any idea here?
Yes, for public section, if we are not defining any visibility section, by default it will take means we have to define anyone that public, protected, or private. But what is public? Public is the component under this section can be accessed from the class and from outside the class also.
Okay.
And protected, the components under this class can be accessed from the class, from the subclass, but not from the outside the class.
And what about private?
Private, only from the class means, but not from the subclass, and also not from the outside the class.
Okay, okay. Perfect answer. So, what do we mean by visibility? Visibility means from where we can access it, right? So, SAP, or better OOPS ABAP provides three kinds of visibility. Three kinds of visibility for every properties in a class. First one is your public, second one is your protected, and the third one will be your private. Public, protected, and private. What is public? So public properties can be accessed from anywhere. It is from the class also, from the child class also, and from the outside of the class also. Best example here I can say, for example, public park. Anybody can access it. Anybody can go there. Anybody can run there. Anybody can play there. So that is a public property given by government for everyone, right? Then protected. So a protected property can only be accessed by the class and the subclass or child class, but it cannot be accessed outside of the class. That is why it is a protected. Now here you can take example of land owned by me, right? So this can be accessed by me and my kids, but others will not have the access of it. So I can access it, child can access it, but it will not be accessed by others. That is why it is protected. So your properties are always in protected mode, and something is a private class. So something that is private to me only, or better private to class only, and can only be accessed from the class, right? You can take any example of this here. Any private thing that you have, only the access of it, that will become the private. So same stuff, you can pass here any visibility. Let's make it public. Again, it has been logged out. 24. Lock has been applied. Okay, listen 12. I will release the lock. So I will again go to attribute section. Just define our Veblen, and I will go for label. Make it a static one. Then I will go for visibility. I will go for public section. Now I will make a pass here associated type also. So Veblen underscore VA is the data element, if I'm not wrong. Let me check it. VBAK. Yes. So I am passing its type Veblen VA, and I will give a short description also. Sales document number. If you want, you can pass any initial value also. So I will pass here a initial value or any number 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You have 10 characters. So 1, 2, 3 up to 9. Okay. Let's save it and activate it. Our class is ready. Now you can access it. You can test it directly from here also. Click on execute, and you can see here the variable value you are able to get it. This object has not been instantiated yet, right? So let's go to AC38 and Z global class. I will pass here a title, global class, and type as executable, package and transport request. Okay. Now just see this. That is a static property. I have made this property as a static. So I will be able to access it by using the class name also, static, and I will be able to access it by using the object name also. So first I will use the class name. Copy the class name, and this will static property. Static property here, class name. Now for static, you use this symbol, equal to and arrow. Press Control space. You can see it by default. SAP is suggesting this GVVBELN, right? SAP is by default suggesting it. So we can directly call it by using the class name also. Using object. So I will follow the old syntax first, using object, old syntax. Okay, so data keyword LO underscore obj1 is equal data object type ref2 class name, and create the object, create object LO underscore obj1. Then you can use this object also. So write statement LO underscore obj1. This time it will be single arrow only. If you are using the object, you will use single arrow. If you are going for classes, you will go for this symbol. So control space, and I will use this. Then I will go for new syntax. So data keyword LO underscore obj 2 is equal to new keyword and class name, then parenthesis. This is how it is created by using the new syntax. Use this. So write statement LO underscore obj2 LO underscore obj2 and property. So every time should be printed. Let me check its value. See, 1 to 9 we are getting, right? 1 to 9 we are getting, right? 1 to 9 we are getting. And if you are modifying it here, anyway, let's say I'm modifying it here. So after the first printing, I will try to modify it. More important than our traditional ABAP programming that we are doing till now. Then we also discussed the types of classes, methods, and how method is more important than any function module, right? We also discussed the attributes and what is the scope of an instance and static attribute, right? We also discussed our visibility of any method and attribute part. Now we will continue our series and we will discuss the object-oriented features. ABAP features. Very important. And we will also see the practical part of it, so that how we can use it in our own day-to-day life. So the very first property of object-oriented is encapsulation. What is encapsulation? Yes. Are you there?
Yeah.
Any idea about this topic? Encapsulation. No? Okay, let's find it out. So sometimes it's not a good approach to directly allow the access of attributes of the class. It can be possible whenever you go to any ATM. The ATM machine never ever directly allow the access of amount. Instead of that, what they do, they provide you an interface. And from there you can select the transaction that you want, right? For example, if you want to withdraw the amount or if you want to check the balance, you can choose that particular method and it will show you the result. But it will never ever directly allow the access of the money. If you are looking for it, finally after the transaction they will provide you the money, right? This is the concept of encapsulation. What encapsulation says, encapsulation is the wrapping or grouping of attributes and methods under a single class. Under a single class, so that we can prevent our data from being misused. Also, encapsulation prevents or restricts the visibility of the component of a class. So what we actually do here is we will make our attributes as private so that anybody cannot access it directly, and then we will use them or call them from the method only. These methods are also known as getters and setters. Sunita, do you know this? Getter, setter?
Also,
Yeah. Actually, these are the very basic concept, but eventually we forget them because we do not try to link them whenever we are doing any implementation or whenever we are writing any code, right? What is a getter? Again here, the word everything is taken from real life only. Getter. You mean getting something, right? So getter is a special kind of method which is used to access the properties of the class. And here properties only means attributes. So instead of directly accessing the attributes from the object or from the class, we will use a method here. This method is normally known as getter. You are getting the value. Then you have setter. So this setter is used to modify your value. Setter is again a special kind of method which is used to modify or set the property of the class without directly accessing it. Okay, without directly accessing it, right? So let's see that how we are going to do. I will simply go for my system and I will show you how we can easily implement this. Let's create a local class now. Yesterday we saw how we can create global class. So getter, setter, getters and setters. I will go for type, executable, pass the package and request. Now see here how local class will be implemented. If you recall the previous session, I have already explained that our class will have two things always: class definition and then there will be a class implementation part, right? So we have our, first we need to define our class. So here I will define my class first. Class, I will name it local class, definition, and end class. And class. This is your definition part. Then you will have class implementation, and class, right? Now in any definition part, always the visibility will be like this way. If you are implementing it by your own, public, protected, and private section. Three section will be defined. Public section which can be accessed from anywhere, protected section which can be accessed only from the child class and the shape class, and private is only private to this local class only. Even out in the child class we cannot access it, right? So here I will define two attributes in the private section which we cannot directly access it. So what I will do, I will define here two attributes, data keyword, and these two attributes I will refer from my one of the table which is my employee table. I will go for these two attributes, employee ID and name. So employee ID, type, I will copy this data element and I will paste it here. Also I will give here one value, so 101, and then I have got employee name, so type, and I will paste this data element this time, and I will pass one value here as my name only. This is a these are the two attributes which we have created, and they are private attributes, right? So even our object cannot access it, even the child class cannot access it, right? And now I will define two methods to access them and modify them. So methods, first one will be get employee, which will display the employee, and the second one will be set employee. So set employee, and in the set employee I will have two importing parameters. So importing, one will be let's make it PEMP ID, and type, again the data element, paste, another parameter name, okay, and its type, and this data element, okay. So we have got a getter and this is your setter, right? So this is the definition of method. Now we need to do the implementation. So this is the class implementation section. So here method, first method is get employee. Why it got logged out? Okay. This part I don't like it. Everything again, class, local class, definition, and class, local class, implementation, and class. There we will have our private or public section, protected section, private section, right? In the private we will define our two attributes, employee ID, type its data element, and value I will assign 101. Then the second one was name, type this data element, value, okay. This is private section. Then we defined our two methods here. So methods set employee type, not any type. The second method will be set employee, and here I will have an importing parameter. So parameter name is employee ID. Type the data element of ID, and then I will have another one as name. So p name type MP name. Class definition. Now let's go to implementation part. So method first is your get employee and method, and the second one is your set employee and method. Okay, set employee and method. Perfect. So here using the get, I will display the value, right? I will display the value simply here, employee ID and name. Okay, then I will go for my set employee. Here we need to do the modification, right? We need to do the modification. Now one important stuff in object oriented ABAP, in ABAP, me keyword is used to refer to the current object, me keyword. If you have ever worked on Java programming, there we use this keyword. Here me keyword is used. Okay, me keyword is used. Also in the new programming, in the RESTful application programming model, we also have started to use this keyword, but me keyword for now. Okay, so me keyword is used to refer to the current object. I will simply refer to my current object, me, and I will change the value of employee ID from the parameter p employee ID. This is your importing parameter, right? Let's copy and paste it. And then I will modify the name. So name is equal to this p employee name. Okay, p employee name. Let's check the syntax, no error. So class definition and class implementation. Now I will create two radio buttons here so that I can call the getter and setter method both. So parameter, first I will call getter, or before that I will create two parameters here, one as ID, type the same data element, and the other as name, p name, type name. Okay, then these two radio buttons again, so PR1, type C, radio button group R1, and I will create another radio button here, R1. Okay, let's check for the syntax, no error, activate it. I will give a name for them, so go to text element. Here this will become employee ID, this will become employee name, this will become display employee, and this will become change employee. Okay, let's activate. Now for whenever we will call the getter, this will be called and this will display it. In the setter, after the modification, what I will do, I will also call the get employee method directly from here locally. I will call it so that we can see the changes also. Okay, our definition part is done. Now I will create the object. So start of selection, create the object here, data keyword, hello underscore obj is equal to new, my class name, and then we will call the method. So if first radio button is true, if PR1 is equal to true, we will call the first. So that first will be get employee, right? Otherwise, else if PR2 is equal to true, we will call the second one, hello underscore obj set employee, right? So these are the two importing parameters, p employee id and name. These two inputs we are taking from these parameters. So I will simply paste it, PID, and the second one is pname. Whatever input user will pass from the selection screen, it will be sent to the method and we will see the modification of it, right? Activate and put a debugger here and check it, execute. So here we have got these two parameters. First one is display employee. I will click on execute, go to desktop 3. Now let's check it. F5, object is getting created. It has been created, double click. Yes, it has been created already. Now we will go inside this get employee method. So let's go inside it, and you can see here we are in the class implementation section, right? And this will be displayed, employee ID and name will be displayed here, right? Employee ID and name will be displayed. Then we will go for the second one. I will simply change it. Let's make it 300, and I will change this value to another one. I will go for this time change employee and execute. So F5, yes, we are in the else section. This will be called. Let's go for desktop 3 and we will go inside the method. What is the value of employee ID this time? This is 101 and Amrit Raj, right? The original value. Now we are modifying its value. So let's check it. Its value has been modified. This value has been modified also. And this get employee will be called to display the output. See? So whatever modification you are doing, even in the ATM also, there is a setter method. That method will do the final modification and that data will be saved into the database directly. It will be saved directly into the database. Here I have taken a sample case by passing a default value, but this is the huge case of this encapsulation. Never ever we allow the direct access of attributes or properties of the class to any other user. Instead, we create a interface kind of stuff like methods. Any question on this topic?
No.
Is it clear?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Perfect. So this is our first property, which is encapsulation. Then the second property that we have is inheritance, very important. Inheritance. Yeah. Inheritance. I believe you all know this concept, right? Inheritance. So inheritance is one of the most important concept of the object oriented programming, or better ABAP. It allows us inherit the properties and the behavior of the parent into its child. Properties and the behavior. We all have the properties of our parents. However, whatever the look that your parent have, similarly, a little bit we also look in the same way, right? But for inheritance, classes are important. Two classes are important. What are these classes? First one is superclass and the second one is subclass, child class, parent class, same stuff. Superclass or subclass, parent class or child class, right? So this is the class. This is the class which is to be inherited, and then you have the sub or child class. So this is the inheriting class which will inherit the above class. Okay, so superclass or child class. Now types of inheritance that we see in our real life. Types of inheritance. Types of inheritance. So first one will be your single inheritance. Second one is your multi-label inheritance. And the third one is your multiple inheritance. Single, multi-label and multiple. This one says that a child class can only have one parent class. Is it will inherit from parent class to the child class. Parent class to the child class. Okay. Then you will have multi-label inheritance. So here there are multiple labels of the inheritance. There are multiple labels of the inheritance into this particular feature. That is, parent class is inheriting from the grandfather class, and the child class is inheriting from the father class. Child class is inheriting from the father class. You can write it like this way. There will be a grandfather class, parent class, and child class. Or you can write it like this way also. Class A inherited by B and followed by C. So C will have, or the child class will have the both the properties of grandfather and the parent also. Right? It will have the both the properties of grandfather and the parent class. The third one is multiple inheritance. So this says that a child can have multiple parents. This is ethically not possible. Not possible. That is why multiple inheritance is not supported. Inheritance is not supported in ABAP. We can only go for either single inheritance or we can go for multi-label inheritance. But at a time, a child cannot have a multiple fathers, right? That is why multiple inheritance is not possible. Everything, just try to relate it in the real life, it will become easy. Nothing is difficult here, right? Nothing is difficult. So single inheritance and multi-label inheritance. Let's see its implementation. Meanwhile, if you have any question on this, please ask.
So multiple inheritance not supported in OABAP only, right?
Also in Java programming also. ABAP is completely, ABAP always try to copy the features of Java. Whatever the new things that you are seeing in the new syntax, everything is inspired from Java programming.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
In C++, multiple inheritance is allowed, but in Java and ABAP, it is not allowed. And there is a official reason for it, right?
Yes.
Okay. So let's see that part. Z inheritance. Okay. Inheriting or inheritance. Okay. Very good. So now what I will do, I will define first my grandfather class here. Grandfather class. Class grandfather definition and end class. Then I will have class grandfather implementation end class. Here I will have public section and I will display one method to display material master data. So I will name it display material. Display material method without any importing or exporting parameter, just a normal method. I will go for its implementation. So method display material and method, right? I will simply write here a logic. So select, let's go to our table and find it out some columns from there. So Mara is my material master table. I will use this Matnar. So okay, let's make a inner join here. I will use MAKT also. Okay. So select, I will name it A Matnar. One more column. Okay, what should I select? Okay, material type. Then you all have worked on inner join, right? I don't think it will be a problem for you.
Yes, yes.
That's perfect. So MBRSH, then Matcal material group. Then I will go for second one. So B, I will take from MAKT here SPRS and MAKTX. Okay, SPRS language key and MAKTX. These are the columns I am selecting from Mara as A, inner join, MAKT as B, on A dot Matner is equal to B tilde operator Matner. Let me check the error. Field list without into, oh, sorry, I have not defined any structure types. Begin of UI, let's make it material master Matner, type its data element Matner. Second column I have selected MTART type MTART. BRSH, BRSH, Matcal Aspiras, Matcal data element, same. ERAS, what is its data element? Same. Okay. And MKTX. And of TY material master. Okay. I will create here one work area. So LT material type table of TY material master, then work area LS material type TY material master. Okay. Into table LT perfect. Activate it. I will also display it directly here. So I am using a syntax. I will use this class.
No.
No? Okay. So let me just explain. This is a demo. This is a demo output class. You can directly use it to test your output without going for a larger syntax. It has a method called display, and in
So
this display method, just what?
standard class. This one.
Yeah,
How
this
to?
is a standard class. Without Z, it is right.
Yeah.
It is a standard class. It has got a static method display. You can directly just pass any internal table and it will display it.
Okay.
Just for local testing, I don't want to waste time on writing loop and all those things, right?
Yeah.
So our grandfather class is ready. Now I will inherit it. So for inheritance, inheriting from keyword is used. Inheriting from keyword is used to inherit from parent to child. Okay. Same thing we are going to use here also. I will have here class parent now, which is the child class of grandfather. So definition, inheriting from grandfather. Inheriting from grandfather. And class. Now whatever the feature that you have in the grandfather will automatically come into this parent, right? And if you want, you can add its own feature also, right? We have all the feature of our parents and grandfather. Also we have our own features, which is totally different from your parent also, right? So
Yes.
same stuff you can add here also. You can make your own public section. You can add methods, you can add attributes and properties, right? Now I will go for start of selection. Let's create the object of parent class. So data hello underscore obj is equal to new parent. And I will simply call the methods of the grandfather class from the parent class. So hello obj display material, control space, enter. Just see it. Now we are able to access it or not. Execute. Can you see? Right. This is CL demo output class. This is how it displayed. Any internal table. You can use it for local testing. Similar to ALV, displayed in the format of table. Okay.
Yeah.
This is single inheritance, guys. Right, Sunita? Single inheritance.
Yes.
So grandfather, we are accessing the property into parent. Now the multi-label grandfather to parent and parent to child also. So class child definition inheriting from parent now, not from grandfather. End class. So here I will simply change it to child. Child. Child will have the properties of both the parent and grandfather. So what should I do here is, no need to do anything. It's okay. Activate it. See, there is no error and we will still get the same output, right? So you can have any number of multi-label inheritance, any number of. You will have the properties of your ancestors, right? So any number of multi-label inheritance is allowed here. This is the decoupling. We are simply not dependent on any one thing. We will have lots of things and we can use them according to our own requirement. So a parent can have multiple child, right? This is possible. So similarly, our grandfather can have parent and it can have child also. If you want, you can make this to grandfather also. Let me check this. Syntax check. See, there is no error. A parent class can have multiple child. Any father can have multiple child, right? But here, if you will try to make it to multiple inheritance, that is, a child cannot have multiple parents. So here, if you will try to use parent and grandfather both, there will be some problem. You can see it. By default, it turn into red. Unable to interpret grandfather. Possible clauses of error include incorrect spelling or comma errors. Let me just make it comma here. See, this one turn into red now, right? Comma without preceding column. So it's not possible to have multiple parents. You can have only one. That's why multiple inheritance is not allowed in object-oriented ABAP. Is this concept clear or any question on this? Inheritance.
No, as of now, no.
Okay, one more important stuff with inheritance. Do you know this final class? Final class. So a final class is a special type of class which cannot have any child classes. For example, if a human Hello?
Yes, yes.
Hello? Oh, sorry, there was a call and my internet got disconnected. So a final class is a special type of class which cannot have any child classes. Best example is, for example, if a human being is not getting married, he or she will not have any kids, right?
Yeah.
That is why it is a final class. Oh. So inheritance lock. Okay. So now just try to see that part. I will make this grandfather as final. So this grandfather class will not have any children. So it doesn't matter whether you are inheriting into parent or you are inheriting into child. You will not be able to inherit from grandfather now. You see the problem. The final class grandfather cannot have any subclasses. And since it cannot be inherited, that's why it is also not able to understand this display material method. Right?
Yes.
Any final class cannot be inherited. It is implemented in the same format in the global classes also, but global classes provide user interface. If you remember, when we created our global class in the previous session, just see that part. G inheritance. Whenever you go for creation of a class, by default you can see there is a checkbox final here. This is for final class. If you want to make this class as a final, by default final will be implemented. Right? By default final will be implemented. You can see this in the backend also. This is how your class is implemented. Is it similar to our own section that we have implemented? Public section, protected, private. This was a variable we created yesterday. Just see this. Data, global variable, type, the data element and its value. You can check it. This was we created, right?
Yes, yes.
In the backend, it is getting implemented in the same format, but they are defined in the global class pool. They are available centrally.
So here, like final meaning here, what like in inheritance, like we can inherit in other, but in this
Just
what
say this. There is no final class here, right? There is no final keyword here. Now, no, actually, it has been marked final already. Wait. Yeah, here it is.
yeah.
It has been marked final already. So this class is public final already. This is how it is created from Eclipse also. Whenever you will create any class on the Eclipse, it will be displayed in the same format that you are seeing here. Okay.
Yeah, but like I have doubt like what meaning of final here in like we final and without final in this class.
Here you see now, we have marked this final. That's why this class is final. You cannot inherit this class. Just see this. If I go into my program and if I am trying to inherit, now let's see what will happen. If I am trying to inherit into parent.
Oh, okay.
Syntax.
Now, okay. Yeah.
Got that?
Yes.
Here, Sunita?
Yes, now clear.
Okay. See this now. If I will change it and if I'll activate it, what will happen there? Go into backend, source code. Now see, final keyword is removed.
Yes.
Everything you can play with it, right? Everything you can. If I will make this instant generation as private, no, we cannot create object of it. We cannot create object of it. So it will change here also.
Yeah.
Create private. Okay. So that is all about your inheritance. The third and the one of the most important property that we have now is polymorphism. Polymorphism. Explain this concept, Sunita.
Polymorphism means correctly many forms.
And what does it really means? That is a word, polymorph.
Yeah.
Okay, inspired from chemistry.
Yeah, polymorphism.
So it consists of two words, right? It consists of two words. poly. We see in chemistry polyethylene, right? So poly and morphism. Now this morphism word is taken from biology. Lots of organism. So poly, which means many, and morphism means forms. So overall it means many forms. Now how this is beneficial or related to our real world? So just try to relate it. For example, we are inheriting, let's say I got 10 acres of land from my father, right? Because of inheritance. Now what I did, I created a big company on that land so that I can provide jobs to others, and also I can make money. What does this means now? I got something from my father and I modified it, right? I got something from my father and I modified it. Same stuff is there. Methods defined in the parent class can have separate implementation, or better, can behave differently in the child class. Are you all getting my point? We can have a different implementation for the same thing in the child class. Now whatever object you will create, if you will create from parent, it will have the parent feature, and if you will create the object from child, it will have the child feature. Let's go and check. Again it has been logged out. C38. Okay, so this is a method, display material. I have displayed here material master, right, in my grandfather class. Now I will make it to normal. Just see how things are getting changed. I'll remove this child class now. Now in this parent class, I will create public section. I will have a public section here. And what I will do, methods, same method, display material. I will redefine it. Redefinition. So here I will have a separate implementation of this now. Class parent, implementation, and method, display material, and method. And here I will simply write hello world. Things have completely changed. Instead of displaying the material, or let's write it hello material. See this. Oh. Where it is closing the public section. No, child, instead of child, let's create parent now. Activate. Now if you are calling the parent, inside the parent you have this implementation for the same method, and if you will call the grandfather, you have this implementation. So method is same, but it is behaving differently into different classes. Just check it. If you are calling from parent, it will display you hello material, and if you will call it from grandfather, it will display the material master data. That's why I told I got something from my parent and I modified it according to my requirement. This is grandfather implementation. He created 10 acres of land for, let's say, farming. He did farming there. Now, once the property was transferred to me, I was a computer lover. I created an organization for multiple people so that I can provide jobs and I can make money. So the same property is behaving differently into both the parent and the child, right? So this feature is known as method overloading. Sorry, not overloading. Overloading is not allowed. Overriding. Method is getting overridden into child class. Are you getting what I am trying to explain here?
Yes, yes.
Is it clear?
Yeah.
Sunita, any question on this?
No,
So,
sir.
It's fine.
different between overloading and overloading.
You are not audible here.
His difference in overloading between method
Okay,
overriding and method overloading.
okay, wait. Method overloading, and again everything has been taken from Java also.
Yes.
That's why I enjoy this. I was earlier a Java programmer.
Hmm.
So what overloading is saying that a class can have multiple methods with same name but different parameters. Same name and different parameters.
Okay.
Same name and different parameters. What does it means? For example, let's say I was trying to display material. So once I taken input, have taken input in form of a parameter, and another I want to take input in form of select option with the same name. This concept is not allowed here. This concept is not allowed in ABAP. It is allowed in Java, but here it is not allowed. You can check it. Display material. Let's say I am naming it display material with importing P Matner, type Matner, material number. Just see what will happen. Syntax check. It has been logged out. Yeah, this one. I will have another method, display material underscore material type, not type, importing parameter P Matner, type Matner. Syntax check. Method display material was already declared. This is method overloading. Method with the same name but different parameters.
Yes.
Overriding is method will have the same name but into different classes, right? Which will also, it doesn't matter if you are accessing something from parent to child, child will by default get everything there, right? So you can have a separate implementation, that is your method overriding. You can have separate implementation in child class for the methods defined in the parent class to the child class. So guys, this is all for today. No? Sunita?
Yes,
Any idea?
abstract class is a special type of class, means which contains at least one abstract method.
Then what is the abstract method?
Means in abstract method we cannot create. There is no implementation. Only definition part is there.
Only
Mean,
definition part is here.
yeah, we
Okay.
cannot create any object of abstract class.
All right. Got that. So let's say in ABAP system, abstract class is a special type of class. Is a special type of class which cannot be instantiated on its own. First thing, they cannot be instantiated on its own. Instead, it serves as a blueprint for the other classes. What does it mean? It means that using this abstract class, we can create the child classes of, we can take this abstract class as a parent class. So if I have to understand this, let's take an example. For example, so I have to build a car. Let's say I have to build a car. Right? So what are the features I will need? First thing is I will need a vehicle class, right? Vehicle class, that it is a vehicle, it will have an engine, right? It will have a driver seat. This vehicle class will be inherited by a four-wheeler class, or let's name it four-wheeler vehicle. I'm just trying to explain it so that you can relate it easily. So it will be inherited by a four-wheeler vehicle, so that this vehicle, whatever, if you are creating any object for this four-wheeler vehicle, all those objects will only have four wheels, right? And they will have engine and driver seat also. Then finally you can inherit this into a car class. So car will have all these two features. Then using the car class, now you can inherit to the either BMW, Mercedes, or you can inherit to Tata's Nano also, right? Anything. So the concept of abstract class is, instead of getting instead of directly creating any object, we will never create a object for the vehicle class directly, because it do not have complete feature. It is just a blueprint. Using this, we will create a child class. Now for this we can create an object, for this we can create an object, right? For this we can create an object. That is a abstract class definition. So to increase the reusability, we have created one superclass. This superclass will serve as a blueprint for other ones, right? Then this abstract class is a special type of class again, class which has at least one abstract method, and it can have any number of non-abstract methods. For example, here again, let's take the same example. So before that, I will explain the abstract method, then we will relate it with our car class. So abstract method is a special type of method, special type of method where there will only be definition, but there will not be any implementation. Any implementation here. So if you check this one, let's say here I have created one method. The method is number of wheels. Okay, I have created a method number of wheels. Okay, now this vehicle, once it was inherited in a, let's say, truck class, so that truck might have 18 wheels or 14 wheels or 10 wheels according to their requirement. But when it came into this four-wheeler vehicle, now we have implemented the logic as we will only have four wheels, right? This will be used as a car now. So same stuff is there. So abstract method is a method where there will be no implementation and only definition of the method will be there. Only the definition of the method is given and no implementation is given there. We cannot create any object of the abstract class. We cannot create any object of the abstract class. However, we can create the objects of the children of the abstract class. Children here simply means child classes or subclasses. Here you can create it and you can utilize the features of the abstract class. This is how they are implemented. Alright, so let's see that part according to our SAP terminology. Again, I think this has been logged out. Yes. So I will go there. Now this time let's go for global class. I will create here abstract class. Abstract class. Okay. And I will go for creation. It's already there. So another one. Class. Sort description. Abstract class. Okay. Now you see this. In the instance generation section, you can mark your class as a abstract. Okay. I'll remove this final then and I'll go for save. Package and transport request. Now this is my abstract class method. Okay. Here I will define one method as abstract and one as non-abstract. So let's say here I am defining get sales order. I will give here the label as let's make it instance only, and this one as public, right? This one as public. Also, if you want to mark it, you can mark it accordingly. You can directly click on this one and you can mark your method as abstract, final, or anything. It's up to you only, right? So I'll make this one as abstract here. So you can see implementation of method get sales order deleted. As soon as I mark this method as abstract, its implementation got deleted automatically. Okay, let's go for it. And oh, sorry, description I have not given. Let me just give it again. Get sales order. Right now we cannot have a implementation for it. So if I will go in the backend, how it is looking, let's check it. So this method is a abstract method now. This class is a abstract class now. You cannot create any object of it directly, right? Let's define another method here. So let's say display material, and this one as also instance public material. This time I will have the implementation here. So double click here. I will do some implementation. So what should I say here? Let's directly display it here. Select Matner, MTART, MBRSH, Matcal, mains. New syntax I am not using that. We have not learned yet. So mains from Mara table. Okay. I will create here a local structure. So types begin of ty Mara, Matner, type Matner, MTART type material type, MBRSH industry sector, then material group, right, and basic unit of measure also, end of ty Mara. Get the internal table and work area here, LT Mara, type table of ty Mara, and then ls Mara, type ty underscore Mara. Normal implementation here. So from Mara into table LT Mara, let's say up to 10 rows, and I will simply do the display here. So loop at LT Mara into ls Mara. This is what we do, our traditional ABAP programming, and loop and write statement ls Mara Matner, ls Mara MTART, ls Mara MBRSH, ls Mara Matcal, and ls Mara MEINS. Let me check any error. After means, okay, comma is not given. No issue on that part, right? Normal implementation. So this is your abstract class. You can have here any number of non-abstract method and any number of abstract method also, but at least one abstract method is mandatory. Now let's go and check how our original code is looking in the behind scene. So you can see here, this is an abstract method, this is a non-abstract method here, right? And we also have our implementation, so class implementation section, and here we are implementing our display material. But this has been implemented in the global class pool, so we can call it from anywhere, right? So I will go and create one program here, Z abstract class, abstract class. Now let's try to create the object of our abstract class. Let's try to create the object of our abstract class here. This is my class name. I will simply copy it, and here I will try to create the object of it. So data hello underscore obj is equal to new keyword, class name, and let's check for the syntax. Instance of the abstract class cannot be generated. Can you see this, right? We cannot generate the instance or object of a abstract class. Instead, what we can do, we can create a child class here. So class, child class, definition, end class, and inheriting from, this class is inheriting from our abstract class. This is inheriting from the abstract class. Now one important stuff, when you will inherit from the abstract class, it is mandatory to redefine the abstract method. It is mandatory here, otherwise it will give error. You can check it. If I will go for syntax, the redefinition of this get sales order is missing, right? So redefinition section is mandatory. I will define my public section here, and methods get sales order redefinition. Now it will ask for the implementation, so I will implement it. Class, child class, implementation, right, end class, and here we will have our implementation section. So method get sales order, end method. Okay, I will simply display here, select Veblen, Posner, Mattner from VBAP line item table into table LTVBAP, and where let's say up to 10 rows. Normal implementation here. Then I will simply display it. So loop at LTVBAP into LSVBAP and loop, and I will simply display it. So write statement Veblen, Posner, and material number. 3 columns from VBAP table I am taking. These are the first 3 columns that you will always see in any VBAP table, right? Veblen, Posner, and Mattner. I am taking these 3 columns here. Now I will define here the internal table. So types begin of ty, let's say VBAP, Veblen type data element. So Veblen, Posner type data element, Posner, and material number type data element. So Mattner type data element, and of ty underscore VBAP. Data LTVBAP type table of ty underscore VBAP, and LSVBAP type ty underscore VBAP. Oh, SC24 on this one. I need to release the log first. Yeah. Activate. Okay, so get sales order is done. we need to just create our structure. So begin of ty vbap vablin type vablin va, item number type item number underscore va, and material number type material number ty vbap. I will create the internal table and work area. So lt vbap type table of by vbap, and then the work area also type ty underscore vbap. Okay, we have declared everything. Let me check if there is any error. No error. Now what we can do is we can simply go for our start of selection event, and here I will create the object now of my child class. So lobj new keyword child class, right? And I will simply display my methods. So get sales order and display material. This display material we have already implemented, right, inside our child class. We have already implemented inside our child class display material. We have already written the logic. Sorry, in our parent class, which is our abstract class, we have already implemented, and I am just using it inside this child class. So now I will check, execute, see display material and sales order. Sorry, VBAP data and material master data. Are we getting it or not? Sunita?
Yes, sir. Very busy.
Yeah, right. Any question on this topic?
Yeah, actually in a global class, like
Yeah.
how we can like this one is abstract method and this one is normal method.
How you can check it? That's
Yeah.
what we did now. We marked it. Click on this properties tab. And here I have marked this as abstract. But if you'll go and check this one, see,
This one,
nothing is
okay.
marked, right?
Mhm. And for abstract class, always need to create child classes, right?
Yeah, child class is mandatory.
So it's working with like mm, mm, mm. Oh,
Like,
inheritance, working with inheritance.
this is just a parent class. Its definition, if you check, instead it serves as a blueprint for other classes.
Yeah.
Using this class, we will create the child. That's what I have taken. Na? This is your abstract class here. I have defined one method, number of wheels. If I am using it in a truck, I will make it 18. If I am using it in a car, I will make it 4. If I am using it in auto, I will make it 3.
Yes, yes. Right.
Now, along with abstract classes, here you see that we have got, we need at least one abstract method. But another concept is interface. Very important. Interface related to abstract only. So this is an interface only. This is not a class. Whatever thing you know about an interface, the same stuff you can apply over this object oriented interface concept. An interface is a blueprint of the class. of the class. It is a blueprint of the class. Then you cannot create any object for the interface, right? You cannot create any object for the interface. Then what we see here is, what is the difference between interface and the abstract class, right? So in our abstract class, we can have at least one abstract method and any number of non-abstract method. Non-abstract method is a method which we can have any implementation. But if we talk about your interface, but in case of interface, we cannot have any implementation. All the methods are by default abstract. All of them are by default abstract. You cannot have any implementation. Another thing that you see, abstract class is a class where we can define the methods as public, protected, or private. But in case of interface, all the methods are by default public only. All the methods are by default public, right? Also in interfaces, also when we implement the interface, there is no need to click on the redefinition button. You click on the redefinition button, you can directly write the logic, because by default you will have to write the logic. And one of the most important thing, using interfaces, we can implement the multiple inheritance. If you all recall, what was the feature of multiple inheritance? We cannot have multiple parents, right? This was the main reason of all these things. Inheritance. But what interface says, you can have any number of interfaces here. So let me just show that part again. I will go to AC24. I will open my abstract class only. And here if you check the interface section, you can see we can add here any number of interfaces, right? So you can implement this multiple inheritance concept by using interfaces only in ABAP system or in Java system also, right? So I will do the same thing. I will create one class for me. I'm going to simply create one class. This time interface. Okay. Interfaces. Type as executable. Not caption. Okay. Now what you can do is I will create here interface first. So my interface, I will name it sales order and interface. This is interface 1. And in this interface, I will define my methods. So I will use my previous method only, SE38, display, oh, not this thing, the class name, abstract class, yeah, sales order. Okay, so I will define here one method, get sales order. By default, they are abstract. They are by default abstract. We don't need to mark anything here. Then I will create another interface. So interface, this time let's say material master and interface. And I will use the another method which we have implemented directly inside the abstract class. What is its name? Display material. Right. So two things are here. Now I will create my class. So class, local class, definition, and class. End class. Okay. Now inside it, this is a normal class. You can have your public section, and inside a public section you can define anything. You can have protected section and you can have private section, right? Also, now you can include your interfaces directly here. Interfaces. You can directly include all the interfaces that you want. So I want to include get sales order, get sales order. I want to include display material. No, oh, sorry. That is a method name. I need this interface name. So sales order and this material master. Okay, just use it. Interface, I'm just using this one, right? Then we need to implement it, otherwise system will ask for it. There is no implementation because you have two methods inside them. Implementation is mandatory. So class, local class implementation, and class. Now here the scenario is completely different. Your method name will be a little bit different. Method, your interface name, then tilde operator, and after that you will pass the name of the method. This is how they are called if the method has been implemented inside a interface. This is how they are called here. Then method, the second one, material master, tilde operator, and the method name, which is display material this time, right? And method. Now similarly you can write the logic here. So again I will go back to the previous program and I will do the logic for my VBAP. So copy this thing and I will paste it here. I will bring the logic, so Veblen, and up to displaying the data. I will paste it inside the get sales order. Let me, any error? No error. Then I will go inside the class and I will bring the logic for display material also. So definition section, let's copy and paste it here, and the implementation section also. So I will paste it this time inside the display material. Normal thing, right? So let's check for any syntax. There is no error. Pretty printer. Once it is done, I can create the object directly. So the same thing. Instead of this child class, I will give my class name. So local class. And this one will change to again the same stuff. It will be your interface name first. So what is the interface name? Where it is? Sales order, get sales order. This time this one. Sales order, tilde operator, get sales order. And then it will be material master, tilde operator, display material. Right. Same thing. Check it. Same output. Yes, we are getting the same output here. Right? We are getting the same output here. The beauty of this interface is you can have multiple implementation. Just see this. I am using this interface here inside this class and I am able to use multiple inheritance using this interface concept. You can use this interface in any other class also. For example, let's say I'm using here child2 class. So class child this time, definition, and class, and class. I have a public section and I'm again using the interfaces. So not methods, interfaces. And I will use my, let's say, material master interface here. You can do that. You can have a separate implementation. Earlier I displayed Mara table. Now I can display MAKT table also. Class child implementation and class. And here in it, so my method, material master, tilde operator, display material. Now you can display your material master here. Some other logic, right? Is this the same? Wait. Only methods can be defined class implementation. What is the issue I have done here? Oh, got that. We have made a mistake. Or this is end class child implementation. We have made a mistake a little bit. Let me just remove this. Yeah, it will be outside of the class. Yeah, this thing. Now just see this, no error will be there. By mistake I have written it in my first class only, that's why that error got. So you can use this interface concept in any way as you prefer. Are you getting my point, what I am trying to explain here? This interface concept. Yes, and Sunita?
Yes.
Right?
Yes, sir. Need to do one practice.
Yes, practice part is very, very crucial. ABAP is all about that. After 10 days, you will forget everything.
Yeah.
So these are some of the most important properties and highly used in interview concept. That's why I always try to relate it with your real world only. If you will try to take example of only the SAP concept, you will never understand these things. Always try to find them in your surrounding. Then and only then you will be able to relate it, how it is getting used in our day-to-day life.
Yes.
So I hope I was able to explain this some of the basic concept. One two topic I will also take from this object oriented, then we'll move on to OData part. So another one is events here, object oriented ABAP. Any idea on this? Events. Okay, what is a event? Normal question, not object oriented. What is a event?
Perform any actions.
Perform any action. Now let's see this. I went to my SAP system, I clicked on back button. It got logged out. Okay, there is some issue in this internet connection. Now I clicked on this cancel button. What is happening here? When I clicked on this, I performed a action. Because of that action, something was raised, and to handle it, a logic was triggered, right? This logic is saying us to, do you want to log off out of your SAP system? This is what actually happening here now. And when I clicked on yes, I was able to come out of it, right? So if I go and check this screen, system status, GUI status here, I can see that we have got some logic implemented here for all this function code. You have worked on module pool programming, you know all these things, right? So event is always triggered when the user performs any action or a special time has been reached. For example, just leave your SAP system for 4-5 minutes, it will be automatically logged out, right? To save the billing of your company. So event is always triggered when the user performs any action. Action can be anything. Scrolling of mouse, mouse double click, anything. It can be anything based on that. So two ways are there. Either user is doing something or the time has been reached automatically, right? Now, if we talk about our object oriented concept, how event is here. So using events in object oriented programming, method of one class can call the method of another class. What does it mean? That is, we are writing some logic in one class. So method of one class can call the method of another class, right? Also, for events, we will have to raise the event and then we will have to handle it. Raise the event, that is what actually happening when I clicked on back button. Oh. So when I'm clicking on any button here, a event is raised by me, right? A event I am raising here. So for that event, SAP has written a standard logic for it in the behind of this screen. That logic is getting triggered there. So that is the event handler logic, right? That logic is saying that do you want to log off? I said no, I do not want, right? So for every event, just go for your normal classical report. You see start of selection is there. So when you are clicking on execute button, automatically your output screen is coming, right? How it is coming? So you clicked on, you raise the event in the behind, SAP has written the logic for start of selection, that if anyone will click on this execute button, entire program will be executed, operation will be done, it will be calculated, right?
Yes, yes.
So same stuff is there if you are raising something, and this is very, very important in object oriented also. A note I am writing it here, that one of the most important rule in object oriented programming is, if something is raising or triggering, then we will must have to handle it. Must have to handle it. We will must have to handle it. This is very important rule. Very important rule here. Now let's discuss our steps that we see here. So steps for event handler, how we do the event, and in case of our object oriented, steps for event handling. So there are mainly 3 steps for event handling. In object oriented ABAP, first one will be your triggering method. Second one will be your event handler method. And the third one will be register the event handler. Register the event handler using the set handler statement. In ABAP system, steps are very, very crucial. If you remember from last like 5 years, if you are working, you would have realized that we are doing the same thing again and again. Declaration of structure, taking input, writing some logic, committing the changes, and finally displaying the output. So steps are very, very crucial for ABAP system. Same stuff you are doing here also. Triggering method, event handler method, and then register the event handler. So this triggering method, a method which will raise the event, or a method which will be raising the event will be called as a triggering method. Triggering method. Method which will raise the event, or a method which will be raising the event, will be called as a triggering method. Then this is event handler method. This event handler will be in a different class. Event triggering will be in a different class. This is the definition of an event. In object-oriented programming, method of one class can call the method of another class. So this triggering method will call the method of this class, and this will be event handler. So method which will handle the event. Which will handle the event. Okay. Which will handle the event. So its implementation part we will see in the next class. There we will also move on to our ALV concept, and then we will try to end this chapter. Okay. So this is all for today. Thank you very much. The polymorphism interfaces abstract classes concept, right? Now yesterday in the end of the session we started another concept of object oriented programming, which is the events. And we discussed what is an event, right? A event is nothing but whenever a user performs any action, like let's say I'm scrolling my mouse, I'm clicking on any button on the SAP screen, every time a event will trigger, right? Every time a event is going to trigger. And also for the event, we will have to raise the event and we will have to handle it also. Because if you are performing any action, a event is raising, and who is handling the event? By default, SAP has written some logic that becomes your event handler. But now if we talk about the custom events that we are going to use in object oriented, we will be the one who will be raising it also, and then we will have to handle it also. So both the logic must be written by us and us only, right? Then steps for event handler. So there are mainly 3 steps here. There will be one triggering method. So basically we will have 2 different classes. Inside class 1, you will have the method 1. In the method 1, you will be raising the event or triggering the event. So a method which will raise the event. Second one will be your event handler method. So when you are raising this event, hello, is there anyone? Yes.
Hi, good morning.
Yeah,
Sorry.
no issue, no issue. Please focus on the class. So in our method 1, we will be raising the event. Second will be your simply write your logic. So this will become your event handler. Now since these two are 2 different classes, right? These two are 2 different methods of 2 different classes. So how they can be associated? So they can be associated by registering the event handler using this set handler statement. Set handler statement. They can be registered together by using this set handler statement. Okay. So that part we will see in the today's class. What we are going to do here, the syntax of this set handler will be, yes, please mute yourself. So set handler, your object 1, and this will be the class of your event handler object. So here what you will do, set handler, set handler object 1 and the event handler method name for the local object 2. So 2 different classes are there, right? So here if you discuss, your local object 1 is class object in which event handler method is defined. Okay, then you have this event handler. So this is the method name. This will be your event handler method name. And finally you will have the object 2. So LOBG2, this will be nothing but the class object in which the triggering method is defined. This will be the syntax of our registering the event handler, right? So now let's take again one requirement, same requirement that we used yesterday session. So there will be a requirement. This time I want to display the data. So display the data from the okay, sales order VBAK and VBAP. Also associate with MAKT table and take input for sales document number. Same thing we did in our yesterday session also while explaining the concept of interfaces and abstract classes. Same logic we will implement, but this time we will use the concept of event to understand how event actually works in object oriented ABAP, right? So I will open my SAP system. Let's go and open it. login, SV38, and events in ABAP. Events in Object Oriented ABAP. Okay, executable package. Right. This is my report. Now here I will first define my class 1, which will be triggering method, triggering class basically. So class 1, or let's name it triggering class, definition. Okay, and class. Here I will have method. So public section will be there. So public section, and I will go for methods. Display sales order. This is my triggering method. I will also define one event which will be triggered. So events, let's say I will name it wrong input. The event I am defining here. This event will be used. Then I will have the implementation of this class. So class, triggering class. It is taking some time. Yeah. So implementation will be there. Okay. End class. Then we will implement our method. So method display sales order, and we will write our logic here. Okay, we'll write our logic in between. So now I have to display data for which one? Yeah, VBAK, VBAP, and MAKT table. So let me just see the previous program. We already created our structure and internal table. We can directly use that. Abstract class. Not this one. Or the other one. Okay, no problem. We will declare our local structure again. So begin of UI sales order, right? And we will have all the columns from VBAK and VBAP. So let's go for VBAK first. I will press Ctrl+Y. I will select the columns here which I want, and Ctrl+C, and I will paste it here. So type here, type, and again type, then I will take column from VBAP table also. So VBAP, okay, item and material number. So Posner type item number, and Matner type Matner. Then column from MAKT, so language key I am taking, and material description also. So MAKTX type MAKTX. Okay, and of TY sales order. I've defined my local structure here. Okay, then I will have the internal table and work area of it. So data LT sales type table of TY sales and LS sales type TY sales, right? This is my step 1. Always SAP followed the 5 steps only. Declare the structure. Second step is to take input from the user. Third step is to write the logic, and fourth step is to simply perform the CRUD operation with the data in the internal table. And fifth step is always to display the output. So we must focus on these 5 steps only. All the requirement will be completely be done within the 5 steps. Then we will take input. So my input will be here, primary key Veblen. So Veblen, type its data element, right? And I will declare a select option here. So select option as Veblen for this variable Veblen, right? I declare a user input. Then we need to implement the logic. So I will write the logic for all these 3 tables using inner join. So VBAK table, I will select Veblen. VBAK table, ERDAT is there. VBAK table, ERZET is there. And VBAK table, ERNUM is there, right? Then VBAP, item number, VBAP, material number, then MAKT, language key, and MAKT, material description. Okay. From VBAK, inner join, VBAP on VBAK Veblen is equal to VBAP Veblen. Again one inner join. So inner join MAKT on VBAP Matner is equal to MAKT Matner. This is the column key in between them, right? VBAP Matner is equal to MAKT Matner. So into table LT sales, where VBAK VBEL in SVBEL, right? This will be our normal query here. Oh. .12, again the log will be there. Yeah. .38. Local structure, internal table. Okay, logic was not saved, no issue. Let me write it again. So select query VBAK VBELN VBAK ERDAT ERZDT ERNUM VBAP number, VBAP material number. Okay. Then MAKT was there, so MAKT language key and MAKT MAKTX on VBAK inner join VBAP on VBAK VBEL is equal to VBEL. Again inner join, so inner join MAKT on VBAP Matner is equal to MAKT Matner. into table sales where VBAK VBELN in SVBELN, right? This is what we see here. Let me check any syntax error. Okay. TY sales order. All right. Perfect. We declared our local structure. This is my internal table work area. This is my triggering class. I have got one method. I have written the logic. Now, if we are not getting the record here, so we can check if LT sales is initial, that is if it is empty. If LT sales is empty, then what we can do? We can raise this event. So if this internal table is empty, right, then we can simply raise it. So raise, and we will raise our event which is wrong input. This is what we will do here. Wrong input. Wrong input. Raise event wrong input. Yeah. See, so event will be raised. And if you are raising anything, it is the primary responsibility for the developer to handle it also. One of the most important rule in object-oriented programming is if something is raising or triggering, then we must have to handle it, right? So now we will need a event handler class. We will need a event handler class. So class, I will name it event handler. Definition. Event handler class and class. So we will have our public section as usual, and we will define here the event handler method. Event handler method. Event handler method here. So this will be let's say handle wrong input or event. What is the name of your event? Wrong input event, right? And this wrong input event belongs to which class? Of class name. So the name of your class is triggering class. Let's copy it and paste it here. This is the syntax of the declaration of a event handler method. Method name for event keyword, event name of the class. Event name of the class. Now you can implement it. So class event handler implementation and class, and we will write the logic for our method also. So method handle wrong input and method. I will simply display here one write statement. So this will be let's say please enter the correct sales document number to display the, or this much is enough, correct sales document number. This is my event handler logic. So I have one event triggering method, and the second class contains the event handler method, right? Second class contains the event handler. So let's go to startup selection, and I will create the object of both the classes. So data class hello underscore object1. This will be my triggering method class. So triggering, what is the name of our class? Triggering class. Okay. Object1 of object of triggering class, right? Then data keyword will be there. So this is object2 new event handler class. So event handler class. This will be the object of event handler class, right? Two objects we have created. Now we need to do the association with them so that my SAP can understand that they are associated. If this particular event is raising, then which method should be called? So this will be your third step. Set handler, register the event handler using the set handler statement. So we will do the registration here. So after declaring the object, you will simply do the registration. So set handler, your object 2, this object 2, and it has its event handler method. What is the name of the event handler method? Handle wrong input, right? So it will call this method for the object 1. Whenever object 1 will raise the event, at that time this set handler will simply call this handle wrong input. This is how we do the handling part here. So I will do the activation of this and we will check it one by one. I will put here a debugger and I will go for execute button. Let's pass the correct result first, correct input here, and let's go and find it out. So desktop 3, press I forgot to call the method. Sorry. I forgot to call the method here. Let me just recall it. Yeah, you're saying anything?
Voice is breaking.
Yes.
Amrit, your voice is breaking.
So let's get back to our code. Yeah. Here I did the registration, but I forgot to call the method, right? So I need to call the method again. I will call this method lo underscore obj1, and I will call this method. What is the name of our method? Display sales order. Okay. Display sales order, right? We will call it. This will also display our output. So let's display it here itself. So loop at LT sales into work area sales, right? And we will do the display of output. So write statement, all the columns one by one, Veblen, and then date, then time, the name, item number, and then material number, and key, MKTX. Okay, normal thing. Let's activate this. Okay, there is some problem. Unable to interpret. Oh, sorry, I forgot to give the comma here. Right. So I have done the registration here. Then I'm calling the method. So now let's find it out. I will put here a debugger and I will go and check, execute, pass the input, and click on execute button. Go to desktop 3. We will get the object. Yes. Then registration is being done. After that, this method is calling. So I will press F5. I will go inside this display sales order, right? And I will see how it is implementing. So F5. So are we getting any record or not? Yes, we are getting 21 records here, right? We are getting 21 records. So it will be displayed and we will get the output. It will be displayed and we will get the output. But if we are passing here wrong input, which is not there in the table, then at that time what will happen? So let's see that. So again, registration is being done. We will call the method. So let's go there and see it. If LT sales is initial, so yes, it is initial. It is empty, right? So this event will raise. This particular event will be raised. This event will directly call this method, event handler. So this will be your output now. Please enter the correct sales document number. See it, right? So this is how you can use the concept of event here. Any question on this? Any question on this?
So, like, what is the benefit of this event? And like earlier, we directly use message for like if data
Yeah,
is.
but this is not only for messages. This is a method, right? You can use it as a normal method. Now let's say instead of that part, wrong input, I simply wrote some logic. I displayed ALV here. Anything you can do. That was just a sample case to display a message, but here you can do the same thing. When you will see the interactive OOPS ALV, there a double click event is being used.
Okay.
Yeah. Here event is not only for message concept. This is something I have written just to show a demo case, but instead of this one, I could have written here anything. I could call any method here, I could write any logic, I could call any ABAP here, anything you can do. So if we are passing something wrong, this is how we can interact.
Okay.
Any other question, guys, on this? Anyone? Sunita? Subhangi?
Amrit,
Pratiksha? Yeah.
do you have example of ALV with object oriented?
Yeah, we are just about to start.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Pratiksha, you have any question on this?
No, Amrit.
Okay. All right. So this is the event. This event will be used in our ALV object oriented concept. That is why it is necessary for us to understand its implementation. Now we will move on forward and we will go for our final concept here, OOPS ALV. OOPS ALV. Everybody know ALV stands for Application List Viewer, List Viewer, also known as ABAP List Viewer, Application List Viewer, or ABAP List Viewer, right? And we can also create ALV Grid by Object Oriented concept. So your OOPS ALV in SAP system, if I take example of all the ALVs in by using object oriented concept. So in SAP system, there are three format, or there are three ways to display ALV by using object oriented concept, OOPS concept. Three ways are there, very important. First one is your CL GUI ALV grid class. Second one is your CL SALV table class. So these two ALV we will see in this chapter, and the third and the final one is ALV IDA, ALV with integrated data access, which we will see at the last of our training. Integrated data access, ALV IDA. Three ways to display ALV by using object oriented concept. This CLSALV table you might have used in your career also. So this ALV is also known as SALV or quick ALV. So that part we will see after this grid one. Okay. So now for this grid, SAP has given this standard class, which is used to display the ALV in form of a container. You will create a container. This container will act as a parent. Inside the container, we will be able to display our grid class. We will be able to display our ALV inside that container only. So there are certain steps that must be kept in our mind while implementing this OOPS ALV concept. So steps for creating ALV grid. Steps for creating the ALV grid. So there are total 5 steps. There are total 5 steps that should be followed. while implementing the ALV grid. Okay. Here, what step 1 says? Step 1 is create the field catalog. Create the field catalog. Create the field catalog here. So for that, you can use a structure LVC s_fcat. This is the structure which we are going to use to create the field catalog while declaring OOPS ALV concept. Then the second step will be create the custom control or container control. So we will have to create a layout on the screen where we want to display our OOPS ALV. Layout on the screen. That is why I said that this is used to display the data in form of a container. We will have to create a container. Third will be create the object of the container class. Create the object of the container class. And for this, we will use this standard. Hello.
Hello.
Is it okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So we will create the object of the container class, right? Then next one will be, we will go for the grid class. So create the object of ALV grid class. This is our grid class here. The name of our class is same, CLGUI ALV grid. So we will create the object of it. And we will pass this object. We will pass this object as a parent. Sorry, we will pass this. Wait. We will pass this container object as the parent for the grid object, because grid will display the ALV, but for displaying the ALV we need a location. That location is there inside this object container class. So this container class will act as a parent for this grid class. Inside this container we are going to display our ALV output. And the fifth and the final step is we will call the set table for first display. Set table for first display ALV. So this set table for first display is the method of the CLGUI ALV grid class. This is an instance method. That is why we created this object. So we will call this method set table for first display to get our ALV output. 5 steps that we must follow if you want to display your ALV, right? 5 steps to display our ALV. So I will go back to my program and I will use the logic. So I'll copy this, but before, I think it has been logged out already. Yes. Let me reopen that. OOPS ALV. OOPS ALV. Executable. Package and transport request. We will do create our again local structure. So same thing I will use of the previous program. No need to write it again. I will just copy this up to select option. Right. And I will paste it here. This is a normal thing, right? Declaration, local declaration part. We are just doing it again. Then we will go for start of selection. And what we will do here is we will write our logic. So this logic has also been written. I will just copy it and bring it here. Selection logic. Now this part will be your basic stuff. After that you will go for these 5 steps. Creation of field catalog, right? So after that you will go for the implementation part and you will write your logic. Clear? So I will go and create my internal table for field catalog first here. Data keyword, LT, field cat, type, LVC S underscore FCAT. This is your field catalog structure which is being used. So field cat, type, LVC S underscore FCAT. You will double click inside it. This is similar to your the structure that you see in case of your ALV by function module. They are using grid display or list display. We use list field cat ALV, right? You can see similar to that we have got here row position, column position. We have got here all the things you can see there one by one. Lots of things are there, right? But the column that will is necessary for us is field name. This is field name here. You can pass your field name, and the second column which is necessary for us is SCR text, long, medium and small. The label which you want to display, whether it's in long, medium or small, right? You can also use this to make your ALV editable. You can edit the output by using this thing, editable ALV, just by passing edit equal to true, right? So I will use this. Let's go back. So we created our field catalog. Now field catalog definition. So if LT sales is not initial, then we will go for this. It is not initial. Then we will create our field catalog and we will display our ALV. So one by one, our field cat, field name. First field will be our Veblen. So Veblen, field cat, SCR text L, SCR text L, and this will be your sales document number. Okay, append it. So ls field cat to LT field cat and clear the work area, right? One normal column. Then we will go for the second one. Second one is creation date. So ERDAT date. Then it will be time. Then it will be name, username. So num. This will be username. Then it will be item number, right? Item number, material number, language key. So language key, and final the material description. So MKTX. KTX material description. Okay. So we have created our field catalog. This is my step 1. Second step is we need to create the control. So this control is part of this class. This is of this class. So GLGUI custom container. I will create the object of it. Data LO underscore container is equal to new keyword, this container class, and this container class has a important constructor which it must be passed here. If you want, you can go and check it. It has got a constructor, this CLGUI custom container. It has got one important parameter which is not optional. So we must need to pass the container name where you are going to store. So here just pass the container name, and the name of container, anything you can give. So let's say I'm giving it container 1, container name equal to count1. This same container you will have to design on your screen with the same name, otherwise your output will not be displayed. So here I will go for a screen calling and I will design the container count1. Double click on it. Oh sorry, it will be screen number. Double click on it and we will design a container here. So screen to display ALV. I'll go for layout, and here I will design my container. So custom control, I will design my container. The name must be same, so give here count1. Save it, go back and activate it, go back. So this is your step 2 and step 3. Design the layout and pass the name of the container inside the container object. Step 3 is done. We will go for the creation of grid. This is your grid object. So let's create this one. Data keyword LO underscore grid, and I will go for new CLGUI ALV grid. So this grid is the child of this parent container. Is inside this container your grid object will display the ALV. Inside the container only your grid object will display the ALV. That is why this grid is expecting its parent here. So you will have to pass a parameter which is there inside the constructor of this grid, I parent, and you will pass the name of this object here. This object, so that my SAP can understand that we want to display this ALV inside this container only. You can go and check it. You can check it here, I parent. This is not optional, and this is a type, the parent container class. Okay, so this is 4th step. Then final step will be to call your set table for first display. So you can call it directly here, LO underscore grid and set table for first display. Okay, control space, shift enter. All the parameter will come automatically, right? They will come automatically. I don't need this exporting parameter at this moment, so I'll simply remove it. I'll remove this one. IT field catalog, I will pass my internal table here, LT sales, and my field catalog here, LT underscore field cat. Okay, then exceptions, uncomment, and let's check for syntax. What is the issue? LT field cat is not an internal table. Wait a second. Oh, type table of, I have not given here. Yeah, So let's understand this again. I declared my structure, internal table and work area, then field catalog declaration. We take input from the user, then we wrote our logic, right? Then we checked if the internal table is empty or if there is some data in the internal table. Then we went for the field catalog creation, right? After that, we just followed those 5 steps. First step, creation of field catalog. Second step is to call the screen and design the layout on that. Third step is to create the container and pass the name of the container there, right? Fourth step is your grid. So create the grid object and pass the container as the parent. And finally call your method set a table for first display to display your ALV, right? Now, so I will put a debugger directly from here and I will check 1 to 10, execute it. Desktop 3. So I will check this first, LT sales. Yes, we are getting the record. Then I will check my field catalog. We have got all our 8 rows here. Yes, that's okay. Then are we getting this container object? Hello container. Yes, we are getting the container object here. That's perfect. Then we will call the grid, and grid is getting called grid object. So finally you can display the output. See this. Is this your OOPS ALV? Yes or no?
Yes.
Right. So this is normal OOPS ALV inside the container. This is the container you just designed or your screen 100, right?
So like all time we need to create
But
content.
yeah, just understand this now. 3 ways are there. In the way 1, you see you created a screen for yourself. You can check its system status. This is screen 100 that you have just created. But all these buttons will not work. You will have to write the logic for them so that they can work. Now 3 ways are there. This is only inside the container.
Okay.
This supports both feature. Here I will see full screen ALV, and this is the most important one, which we will see maybe after 1 month or after 1.5 months. This is the will be your last topic, ALV IDA. Okay.
Okay.
So yeah, guys. So this is all for today. I have one more assignment for you, but before that, if you have any question, please go through that part. Yeah. Yes. Let's start from you. Yes.
Yeah.
Question.
No.
Nothing. Okay, Sunita.
Sir, you have created the screen, so every time we have to create the screen, like mostly we use that method, screen designing.
See, CLSALV table class, the second approach, this do not requires any field catalog either. Just one single method. Some people call it quick ALV also. Okay. On Monday, we will discuss that part. Till now, just understand this, that we have to create the screen. Okay.
Okay, sir.
So
Got it.
Right.
mostly we use the second step, right? CL_SLV.
Yeah. No, 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 not mostly. There you cannot go for editable part. Editable part is not there in SALV table.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that is the issue there. So whenever you will hear OOPS ALV, in 99% cases you will only going to see the grid class only. Okay. So Vangi, any question from you?
No, Amrit.
Is it clear?
Yes.
Yeah, Pratiksha,
No, Amrit.
is this clear?
Yes.
This was, guys, this is just a overview session on object oriented. Maybe from Monday only, or maybe from Tuesday we will start our OData services, right? So please focus on that part. Meanwhile, if you have any question anytime, any day, just please don't, you can ping it at any time, right? So I believe it is okay. So thank you very much.
We cannot pass in function module, right?
Really? Okay. All right, guys. I got that. Let's find it out. See, methods and function modules, if you will go for writing logical part, they are almost similar. But performance wise, there is a lots of difference. But writing logic is completely similar there. There is also importing, exporting, changing parameters, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. That is something let's discuss. So, calling method with select option. So what was our task? Let me first check that. One student had yet not joined. Okay. So our task is to take input in form of select option and display data for EKKO, EKPO and MARA. Okay. So here data LV Eblin. Eblin is the primary key of EKKO table, right? And I will use EBL and data element, and let's create the select option. Yes, Eblin.
Oh, sir, in global class.
Yeah, I'm telling the same thing. That method will be created in global class only, but you will call it from the program now.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So this is one thing. Our requirement was to call it in the program also, right? So when we will call it, we will need the column of our all these tables, right? We will need the columns of all these tables. So we
Yep.
will need a global structure also, right? Yes or no?
Yes, yes.
So I will create a global structure z str. Let's make it purchase. Create structure for purchase order, and I will store here fields of all these tables. So EKKO first, Eblin, okay, EBLN, then BUKRS is there, so BUKRS and BSTYP, BSART, that much is enough, BUK, BSART, okay. Let's take field from EKPO now, so EKPO. EBLP, EBLP is there, then Matner is there, so Matner, this much is sufficient. Now fields from our next table, which is Mara table, so Mara MTART, Matner has already taken, so I'll take MTART, MBRSH, and Matcal, and final one also. This much field I am taking. I will activate it. Okay, object saved and activated. So now I can use this structure here to create a internal table and work area, which I will need this. So LT let's make it final. Type table of and ls final type. Okay, this is what we need. Activate this. Now I will go and create my class. So SE24 Z class purchase, create class, display purchase order. Okay, all right. I will define here method display purchase order. Label, let's make it instance. Visibility as public, and display purchase order short description. We will have an exception here also. So let's say wrong input for purchase order. Now let's go to parameter. So we need a parameter in form of select option, right? So select Evelyn. Type will be importing, right? So now we need to find out what will be the type of this select option. Okay, let's go to program and let's try to understand how this data is getting flowed here. So breakpoint, wait it, execute. I will pass some input. Okay, I need to go to check the EKQ table again. Content, execute. Wait, execute it. Yes, come back here and check it. Now you all know select option is both internal table and work area, right? Yes or no? This is a table here. Can you check it? This is an internal table. Check this one. This is an internal table, right? And if I am double clicking on this one, working as a work area also. This is a normal structure. So it is a work area, right?
Yes.
But this one with the square bracket here, this one is an internal table. This one is an internal table. And this is what you will send it as an input. When you use in keyword, so let me just write something for today. Where should I write it? Okay. Knowledge on select option. Okay. Select option acts as both internal table and work area. How? If we use it like this way, it is a normal work area, and if it will be used with a bracket, it is an internal table. Now second thing is, every select option always have 4 component, right?
Yes.
4 component or columns. Sign is there, option is there, low is there, and high is there, right? This is either for include or exclude. If we do not want some value to be fetched up, option will be like between, equal to, etc. Low and high are the actual value of the lower limit and the higher limit, right? Actual value. So when you are using this, and if you remember in select option we use in keyword, right? So when we use in keyword, it only refers to the table, internal table part of the select option, internal table part of the select option. So this is what you will send as an input. Now the question here is, if I need to receive here, where is my importing? Yeah. If I need to receive here a internal table, what will be a associated type? Will it be a structure or will it be a table type here? That is my question now. If I need to receive here a internal table, will it be a structure or will it be a table type?
Structure.
Again, you are not trying to understand it. I want to receive internal table. I cannot use here type table of keyword, right? You can check it. I cannot use here type table of. So if I will pass here a structure, it will become a work area. Yes or no? You guys know na table type concept.
Yes.
So what is the use of a table type? Using type keyword, we can create an internal table.
No, no. Structure only. Work area.
Okay, all right. No issue. Alright, see. Declaration part. So when we declare a internal table and work area, there are two syntaxes. There are two syntaxes we follow. One is data keyword, LT, let's say table, type table of structure, way to declare a internal table using a structure. But if you have the table type, you can directly use here type keyword, and here you can pass the table type. So way to declare internal table using table type. So now check the interface. We do not have type table of keyword. So what we need here,
Table type.
right? What we need the table type of which part of this structure? Yes or no?
Yes, yes.
Is it clear to everyone? What do I need here? Sunita, Pratiksha, is it clear to you?
Yes.
Right? So we will create a structure first for our select option, then we will create a table type. So let's name it structure purchase select option. Create structure for select option, and we will have all these component. Sign length is character 1, option length is character 2, and we will have our low and high value as the data element of purchase document number EBELN, high EBELN. Okay, activate it. Yeah, it is ready. Once this part is ready, I can create a table type for it. So I will name this table type now, table, and this time I will go for table type. I will paste here, and I will pass the short description table type for select option for purchase details. I'll paste here the structure and activate it. This is your table type ready. Now you can directly use this part. Here, paste it. Now you can receive it. Then we will have a exporting parameter. So LT table, exporting. So for this one, we have just created our structure. Where it is, let me just show you. The bloody program. Yeah, here. This is our structure we just created, right?
Yes.
So again, here you need to send a internal table, but you don't have type table of keyword. So what do you need here? Table type,
Table type.
right?
Yeah.
You will need a table type. You can check guys, function module also follows the same concept. Let's say normal ALV display, grid display. Go there, check it. Import. Now let me just show you. See, all these IT field are internal table. All these IT fields are internal table. Double click on any one of them. This is a table type. This T word is a table type here. You can check your the function of the class that we have used in the previous session, grid display. Sorry, CLGUI ALV grid. Check its method. Set table for first display is there. So where it is, table for first display. Yes, parameters. See this, all these IT fields, they have a table type, LVCT. What type it is?
Table type. Yes.
This is how you use the concept of table type. So similarly, we will create the table type for our exporting parameter also. Let's go where we can create it. Structure purchase. I will make it table purchase. Create table type. Table type for purchase order. And I will paste the structure here. Activate it. Copy. Paste here. Now you can go to source code and you can write your logic. Yes or no?
Yes. Yes.
Right? So our select query, select EKKO, Evelyn. Let me check the fields. Double click. BUKRS, EKKO, BSTYP, EKKO, BSART, right? Then the fields from EKPO table. So EKPO, BELP, EKPO material number. And now our Mara table comes into picture. So Mara MTART, Mara MBRSH, MBRSH, Mara METKL, Mara basic unit of measure. From EKKO inner join EKPO on EKKO EBELN is equal to EKPO EBELN. Again another inner join. So inner join Mara on EKPO Matner is equal to Mara Matner, right? So into table, LT table, where EKKO EBELN in our select option. Copy, paste it. This is our query. No issue is there. Is this clear to everyone? How do we wrote this logic?
Yes.
Yes or no, Sunita? Pratiksha,
Yes,
yes or
sir.
no?
Yes, sir.
Clear, right?
Hmm.
Pratiksha, for you, is it clear?
Yes, clear.
Now once it is there, what we can do, we can check if LT table is initial, and if we can write here raise or exception, wrong input. Activate this. So this part is done. Now we can go back to our program. So let me go back to the program. Where is the program? Okay, I don't ever to find it. Yeah, this one. So here now I will call my startup selection event. I will get the object. So lo underscore obj is equal to new keyword and my class name. So class name, purchase order. Once I have the object, I will call them. So object and its method is not able to call it. Why? Class purchase. What kind of method is this one? Method instance and public. Why it is not able to call? Oh. Object activated. Now let's try this. Not able to call it. Okay, there is some issue, I think. No problem. Let's try from pattern. Hello underscore obj class name. Copy the class name here and paste it. Then we will call the method name. So this is our method. So now I will send the select option. It will return me the LT table. I will get the data into LT final. Then we have these exceptions also. So we can check if size of RC is equal to 1. This exception is raising. So what we will do, we will raise a message here to handle it. So message purchase data do not exist. Type error or information. Now we need to send the select option. We need to send the select option. So one more, importing is unknown. Oh, sorry. One thing, let me just show you again. Comment it out. Let's put a breakpoint here again. Activate and execute it. Pass the input. Now we know that our method is expecting a importing parameter of table type. So tell me which part we are going to send, this work area or this internal table? Which
Internal
part?
table.
Yes, we will send our internal table only. Otherwise, you will get a runtime error. So
Yes.
always keep this in mind. Lots of people always make the same mistake. That's why I have repeated this. And here, I will paste it. Check for the syntax. Activate it. And now you can try. So I'll put here a debugger. Execute. Pass the input. Execute it. Go to desktop 3. And I will press F5 to go inside. Now see, we are in the method section. I will go for F6. Size of RC is 0. So we will get the data into LT table. Desktop 3 here. We are getting the 9 records, right?
Yes.
We are getting all these 9 records. Once we have the data, our job is done, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So we can locally test it here. Else I will use a shortcut to display the output, CLDemo output class. This is a shortcut, you can also use it. I will just pass my internal table. It will display the data. Any internal table it will display. Check it. Are we getting the record?
Yes.
But if I will pass here wrong input, I will get this information message. Okay.
Yeah.
Now will you be able to, now you can try the same thing in function module also, right?
Yes. Yes.
Same part will be there. No difference. Only the difference is in performance.
Yes.
So I hope this concept is clear. Now let's come back to our topic.
Yeah.
We saw our creating ALV grid. So next is interactive OOPS ALV. So let's move on to that part. Interactive OOPS ALV. Interactive OOPS ALV. So we can have, or better I should write it, in the previous session, we saw how to display a basic list of ALV or OOPS ALV. Now we want to know, can I interact with that output of the basic list? Output of the basic list, so that I can get the secondary list also, right? Two different ALV outputs. That is why interactive OOPS ALV. You know, we have interactive ALV in grid display also using function modules, right? Where we interact. In the classical report is also there, where we use the classical report events. Now in object oriented ALV, we want to know, can we interact? Yes, we can do. And we have seen the concept of events here. We have seen the concept of events in our previous session. What event is saying? Where is the event? Event is saying that using events in object oriented programming, method of one class can call the method of another class. So same thing we are going to see in our grid class or CL ALV grid class. We have double click event, which always triggers when we double click on any selected rows. On any selected rows, when we double click on any selected row. So using this event, we can get the selected rows. So this will help us to get the selected rows, so that we can get the primary key of the selected column, and once we have the primary key, can I display the secondary list? Yes or no? Can I write the logic of the secondary list? Once you have the data of the column, let's say I want to display the data of Mara and MAKT. So once I have the Matner on which I have double clicked on my first output screen, can I get the MAKT? I can write logic on that. Yes or no?
Sorry.
Yes or no?
Yeah. Yes.
Right? So same thing we are going to try here. We will use this double click event. Let's go and check it. SE24 grid events. Here we have the double click event. Printed double click. We have got this double click event. When you will do the double click, this event is going to raise. So to understand this, we will take here one requirement that we can easily understand it. Requirement. Display the Mara data on list 1 or basic list, and when user is double clicking, display the secondary list from the MAKT. Similarly, you can display any number of lists if you are able to get that. This is what I want to display. I will just follow all these 5 steps that we have discussed, same to same. Once I have the internal table data, I will follow these 5 steps and my task will be done. Okay. So let's get back to our program. I will create one program here, interactive OOPS ALV. Interactive OOPS. We'll name it interactive OOPS ALV. Package request. Okay. So first of all, we will have to create the structure for both of them. So I will do the declaration part first. So Mara first. I will have the column of Mara. So Matner, type Matner. Material type. So material type. Industry sector. Material group. And final basic unit of measure. End of UI underscore Mara. This is my Mara table. Then I will create for MAKT also. So begin of TY underscore MAKT. Matner, type Matner. What we have there? We have SPRAS language key and material description. End of TY underscore MAKT. We will create the internal tables for both of them. So LT Mara type table of ty underscore Mara, then work area ls Mara. This is also used one of the syntax like line of. I believe you have already used it in your career to declare a work area using the internal table. You know it?
Yes.
Yes.
Right? This one also you can go for it. Type table of UI MAKT and ls MAKT like line of LT MAKT. Okay. Then I will have the select option. So one variable is needed. So ALV Matner type material number and then select option as Matner for LV Matner.
Or like we can directly also use na direct type and direct we can use it, structure, right?
Yes, that part you can also do.
Hmm.
Okay. Yeah. That is just the way of doing things, right?
Yes.
So first I will go for basic list. That part we have seen already in the previous session. I will simply write the logic of all of them. So select my Matner. Then we have MTART, MBRSH, Matcal means from Mara table into table LT Mara, where material number in S Matner. Okay. If LT Mara is not initial, then I will start writing my logic. Here we will write the logic. You have the data. Now we can follow all these 5 steps that we do. Create the field catalog. So I will create my first field catalog, their internal table and work area here. LT field cat 1, type table of LVC S fcat, and I will create the work area ls field cat 1, type LVC S fcat. I will create the field catalog. I will design the structure of my output using the field catalog. So ls field cat field name, and field name will be here material number. Ls field cat 1, this time cell SCR textile, it will be material number. Okay, we will append the data. So append ls field cat to LT field cat and clear the work area. So clear ls field cat. This is for our output 1. Let's create one by one for all the columns. MTART, material type, okay. Then the third one will be MBRSH, industry sector. Medical is there, material group. And finally unit of measure is there, so MEINS, unit of measure. Okay, for all these 5 columns. This is my step 1. Second step was to design the layout. We have seen this part also. So I will call my first screen, call screen 100. Let's go and design our layout there. Yes. Basic list, I'll write this as basic list layout. That's not opening. Okay, it's not able to open. All right, I think there is some issue here. Let's open on this thing. Event 14. Okay, apply. Okay. Let's see 38. What is the name of the program that we have created? Here, let me check whether I'm able to open it layout or not. Yeah. You all have the remote access, right? Sometime you will not be able to open the layout on normal your system, so you can go for remote access at that time. So controller or layout, I will name this container 1. Save it. Go back, activate it. Okay, second step. Now we can go for third one to get the object of container class, right? So let's go for that. Okay. So here I will create the object data LO underscore container. This time I will name it container 1 because we need multiple one. New CL GUI custom container. Custom container. Okay, control shift space, and here I will pass my parameter. So parameter will be container name parameter, and I will pass its value as my container 1 that we have just created. Then we need the grid object, so LO grid 1 is equal to new CL GUI ALV grid. Okay, and we will pass its parameter I parent here. I parent, where it is, I parent, and our container 1. Okay, this part. So this one I will also send it in heading. In the heading only, I'll do the declaration of everything in the heading so that it will not be very complex. Once this all thing is done, I can call the first output. So LO grid 1 set table for first display, control shift space, and I will pass my field catalog here and output. So LT Mara, and this one will become LT field cat 1, right? So let's check this. Execute, pass your material number, execute. Yes, we are getting the output, but can you see when we are double clicking, some event is raising, right?
Yes.
See this the same event is double click. Now who is going to tell me how will I handle this event? How do we do the handling of event in object oriented concept? How do we handle it in our previous session when one class method was raising the event? What we did, we created another method, we created another event handling class. We did it or not?
Yes, yes.
I think we have written the logic also. Let me just check. We have a triggering class and we had a event handling class, right? This class event handler. So we need to define this event handling class. Same thing you will do here. You will define your event handling class. So class, again I will name it OOPS event handling this time, or ALV event handler. Definition and class. And inside it I will define my public section, and here I will have my methods. So methods, this will be display MAKT. This is what I want. For event double click. Double click is our event, and it is of which class? Global class CLGUI ALV Grid. Is it correct or not? Sunita and Pratiksha, is it correct? Did you guys see in the previous session again? Designing the method. We are having the event handler method here, right?
Yes, yes.
Now I will have here class implementation, ALV event handler implementation, and inside it we will write the logic for our this event handling method. So method display MAKT and method. Now you can check when we are double clicking, this is hitting or not, breakpoint. But third step we must do, which is the registering of event handler, right? Event handling registration. Third step, using set handler statement. Without that, this particular method will not be called. So after displaying the ALV, I will do the registration. Data hello underscore obj is equal to new ALV event handler class that we have just defined, and I will do set handler hello underscore obj and call its method our display MAKT for this grid 1 object, for this one. So hello grid 1. I am just following the concept. If your concept is clear, you can make any complex logic very easier. So I have kept a breakpoint inside this event handler method. Now let's check it whether it is triggering or not. Execute. I will pass as the m input. Execute. I will double click on the first row. Desktop 3. We are hitting the breakpoint, right?
Yes.
So if the breakpoint is hitting, it simply means you can now do all the logical part. So now let's go and find the logic of this thing, our interactive ALB. So when user will double click, what will be our requirement? We will first need the selected row on which the user has double clicked, right?
Yes.
Have double clicked. For that, inside our grid class, CL GUI ALV grid class, same class, SAP has given one instance method, get selected rows, which will receive the selected row, and we will directly use it, get selected row. So in my event handler class, I will call this get selected row method by using the grid one object, get selected row, selected rows, control space shift enter. It has this et index row parameter which will receive the data. I will go inside it and I will create an internal table and work area for it. So et index row, it is of type this table type. I will bring its structure and I will create an internal table for it. So declaration part, data LT rows type table of LVCS row and LS rows type LVCS row. Okay, we will receive the data here, LT rows. Now let's again do the breakpoint and check what is going to happen, what data we are receiving here. Breakpoint, activate, execute, execute. I will double click on the third row, desktop 3. I will check this internal table LT rows. So we are receiving one row here, and can you see in its index column? This is the row number, yes or no?
Yes. Yes.
Third row we have just double clicked. So now you can read this internal table and you can get this index. Right? You can read this internal table and you can get this index. So you will do the read table, LT rows into work area rows. And since we are getting only one row there, so we can directly check by using index 1. If size sub RC is 0 equals to 0, and if. So now you know that into this work area you have a column called index, and that column have the data of this LT Mara. It has the row number that we have double clicked on this LT Mara. Yes or no? So we can find out our selected column from this LT Mara. LT Mara is getting displayed na on the first
Yes.
list.
Yeah.
So I can read this LT Mara also. So read table LT Mara into LS Mara, and I will read the same index that we are receiving. So index, that index is stored into this LS rows now. So I will use it, LS rows and its index column. This will return the same row that we have double clicked into the work area. So if size sub RC equal to 0, we have the same selected row into work area. And now you can simply write your logic from MAKT also. So Matner SPRAS MAKTX from MAKT table into table LT MAKT, where material number is equal to LS Mara Matner. Yes or no? Is it clear what I have done here?
Yes.
Right? Oh, there is some problem. I have ls mara method. Right, so let's find it out. Are we getting the data or not? Execute, double click, check step 3, LTMAKT. Are you getting the records? Are you getting the same third record? Yes, right, same stuff. Yes. So now you have the data in the internal table. You can follow all these 5 steps again to display your grid in form of OOPS ALV. Right?
Yes. Yeah.
Same thing I will do. I will create my field catalog first. So here is the field catalog. This one I will do the same declaration, but this time it will be of 2 LT field cat 2. Okay. I will create my field catalog. So I will copy this one first and I will go back there. This will become field cat 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, pretty printer. This is for first column material number. Then we will have the language key. So SPRAS will be there. This will be language. And the third one will be there as material description. Okay, 3 columns, right? This is our second, for very first step. We need then the layout. So I will call this time another screen, call screen 200, double click, create the control on this part also. This will, I'll name it secondary list, layout, custom control, container 2, save it, go back, activate it. Then the third and the fourth step will be to create the objects. So I will just copy the same thing, this one, and I will go inside it. This will be container 2 and grid 2. This one also become container 2 now. Parent will be container 2 here. And finally we will call our set table for the first display. So allo grid 2, set table for first display, control space, shift enter, pass your LTMAKT and the field catalog to LT field cat 2. Okay, LT
Yes.
field cat 2. One more thing is, while you are creating the secondary list, please make sure to clear the field catalog here before calling it. Because let's say in some situation when I'm going back and I'm going for the same thing, this might not get refreshed and you might get duplicate records there. So it is better to clear it. Now it's okay. You can check, execute it, double click. See,
Yes.
a little bit complex, but only core concepts have been applied here, nothing else.
Mm-hmm.
You can check this program, you have the access of this system, or I will also paste this here. I have already shared the link of this thing also, right? You can take the reference. So this is your interactive OOPS ALV. And today I wanted to end this session, but this is just for 5 to 10 minutes. And from tomorrow we will start our data services.
Meanwhile,
Second is we can display our ALV by using this class also. So we can display our ALV by using this class. Now let's go and check this class CLSALV table. So I will open the SAP logon. And I will go to SC24. Let's open this class. Modifications are not supported by source-based class builder. And if I check its properties, its instance generation is private, as SAP has given it. Its instance generation is private, right? It simply means that we cannot directly create its object, first thing. So here, let's say write its properties. We cannot directly create its objects. One thing. Second thing, now let's go and try to find it. How we can get the object then? So I will check its method. I will scroll down, and you will find out that there is a factory method available here. Factory method. This is a static method, right? For static, we don't need to get any object. We can directly use the class name. What this static method is doing, get a new instance for ALV table object. So for ALV display, it will give the object. You can check it, factory parameters, and you can see there is a parameter here, RSALV table, which will return the reference of this same class. Right? So this is going to simply return us the reference. Then we have one display method here. I don't know where it is. You can see, let's check it. Display method. Yes, display method. We can directly call this display. So let me just double click on it. Yes, display method. It is inside this one. So this display will simply display the output. So you are required to remember two steps here. You are required to remember two steps here. Steps for ALV. Step 1, get the object. Get the object of the ALV class of the CLSALV table class. And step 2 will be call the display method, which is an instance method, to display the ALV. But the problem with this class is you cannot go for editable ALV. One problem. For editable, you will only have to go for grid class. This one will do not accept this feature. So now what I will do, I will simply go and take normal requirement AC38 Z CLSALV table. ALV display. I will display the material data just by writing some logic. So begin material Maintner material type industry sector mathematical names, okay, and ty underscore material. So then I will create the internal table, LT material type table of ty material, startup selection, and I will write the logic. So select Matner, material type, industry sector, material group, unit of measure, from Mara table into table LT material up to, let's say, 20 rows. I want to display this one. Now the beauty of this class is you are not required to use the field catalog. The column heading will automatically come from the data element of the column. Field level will automatically come from the data element of the column, right? So let's call our class. So we have our SALV table class, and it has its factory method. I'll call this one. No, not need of this. So there you are required to send your internal table, LT material. Uncomment it. Yes, I want to display the data, and I will receive the object. This parameter will receive the object, right? So let's create a reference here. Data LOALV type ref2 our CLSALV table class, and we will get the reference here, LOALV. This will return the reference. Once we have the reference, we can directly call the display method, ALV display. There is no need of this parameter. That much is done. Only two steps. Get the ALV object. Okay. I believe I need to try catch is mandatory here. Okay. CLSALV table factory. Try block is needed. So try catch and try. Same LT material, and here we will get the object. So LOALV list display should be allowed. That's okay. Execute it and check it. ALV display. Yes or no?
Yes.
So you can call it quick ALV, but mostly SALV is called because of their class name, and you can use it at any time. It's totally up to you. Just call this method, pass the internal table, get the object, and just call the display method. Okay.
Yes.
Sunita asked one question yesterday about the constructor. So integrated ALV will be our last topic. We will see there. So, but before that, what is constructor? Yes, what is constructor? Are you there? Yes. What is constructor? Are you there? Yes. What is constructor?
No, not remember to check.
Okay. Pratiksha, what is constructor? Pratiksha, what is constructor? Sunita.
Sir, it's a special method that initializes an object attributes when new object is created.
That initialize the attributes. Initialize the attributes. A new object is created. Okay. The new object is created. What does it means? Then how it is different from normal method? So a special method is a good answer. Used to initialize the attribute is also a good answer, but it is not sufficient. When a new object is created, what does it means here? So now just see this part, how it is going to be defined easily. Whenever you will create a new object, system automatically calls the constructor. System automatically calls the constructors. So constructor gets triggered automatically when the object is created. One thing. Then constructor is a special type of method which is declared only in public section, and has no return type. There will not be any returning parameter of this constructor. There will not be any returning parameter here. Constructors are of two types. One is instance constructor, another is class constructor. Instance constructor and class constructor. This constructor is limited to a object only. Every time a new object will be created, this constructor will be called, and every time this is specific to class. This is a type of constructor which is specific to class, specific to class, and they are executed only once. Executed only once in their lifetime. When the first object is created. Very first object will be created, this class constructor will be called. This is the very first thing which will be triggered. After that, the instance will be generated, but this will trigger only once time in their entire life, that is entire execution of the program. This will trigger only once, and this is how it is declared, class constructor. And this is your normal constructor. This is class constructor. Okay, right? Let's find it out. So what I will do is I will go back to my program. Yeah, and this time I'll create another program, Z constructor. Okay. Constructor. So here I will have a class, so local class, definition, and class. I will have a public section. In it I will define the methods. This will be constructor. Another one will be class constructor. Class constructor. Class constructor. Then it will require its implementation also. So class, local class, implementation, and I will have here method, constructor, and method, class constructor, and method. Okay, let's go for startup selection here. Now what I will do, I will declare one variable here. So let's name it any variable. What should I name it? A class data keyword. And I will declare a static attribute here. So LV attribute integer. Okay. By default, its value will be 0. Let me check if there is any error or not. Oh, sorry. It will be defined via class method. So class methods. Because it is static, so it will require class method. Now let's check. No issue. So we will increase its value, right? What I'm going to do here, I will increase the value LV attribute plus equal to 1, and I will simply write it LV attribute. So every time an object will be created, we will get the output also. Yes. And here I will also do the same thing, LV attribute plus equal to 1. We are increasing its value by 1, right? This is a normal programming language which we have seen in our college days also. Or what you can do, you can write it like this way, LV attribute is equal to LV attribute plus 1. This one you can also do and write it, the attribute. Okay. Now in a startup selection, I will create my very first object to see what is going to happen. Obj is equal to new local class. Let's activate it. Put the debugger here. Execute. Desktop 3, F5. The very first method which is getting called is your static constructor. Yes or no? Class constructor, right? This is
Yes.
getting, so it will increase the value. Its value is 0. It will increase it to 1. It will be displayed. After that, I will press F5. Now can you see this instance constructor is also getting called. The value of LV attribute is 1. Now its value will be increased. Its value has become 2. So we will get the output as 2. Yes. 1 and 2, right? Because both of them gets called. Now I will create another object. Now let's see LOBJ1 to see whether this time our static is getting called or not. So new local class, activate it. I'll put a debugger here. Execute. So here we will go for F5. Static is getting called once. It will increase its value of LV attribute. Then instance will be called. Its value will become 2, right? Now we are going for line 32. So to create the second object, at this time what will happen? Its value is still 2, but this time only this constructor is getting called. Static is not getting called. It will only be called for the very first time, and this is the very first method which will be called of entire class. Static constructor or class constructor. Its value will become 3, and we will get the output 1 to 3 only. Yes. So it's not only about the attributes. You can do any kind of stuff here. You can call other methods which you have implemented. Anything, you can write the logic in between them. Clear? The concept of constructor and class constructor,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Everyone, is it clear?
Yes. Yes.
Perfect.